Good evening and welcome to a Friday night edition of BreakTraders. We're definitely excited to get into it tonight. Looks like we definitely have some teams available later this evening in our unsold eBay spots, and you can get those for 30% off right now with the code in the chat. The code is going to be AVT30. That's all caps. In addition, we've got a lot of spots down in the red zone, including some Origins football, and that is eligible for 21% off using our promo code 21FB. And then lastly, we're doing a big sale on our Donruss Optic basketball and baseball breaks, and you can use the code DBB40 for 40% off all those. And then we also have one more code that's going to be Bowman1, and that gets you 20% off of the break for Bowman first. And I'll give you that break number right in the chat right here. Off break 862. Alrighty. With that being said, we are about to dive right in here to some absolute baseball. But before that, let's get started with the giveaway. What do you think, John?
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Are you ready, sir?
I am ready.
John is ready. I am ready. The keyword is computer. No correct guesses there. No correct guesses there. The AVT, I've seen a lot of people using it this evening. It's for the 1022. Oh, you know what? That's on me. That's on me. I had set it to expire, so let me, because I was doing that with the Dutch auction, so let me just enable that. There we go. AVT 30 is good. T-Man, it is fixed now. Show giveaway guessing has ended, which means it is time. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1521, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Box Pick Your Team. And I just want to welcome Paul and Greg to the BreakTraders community. Thank you for joining us this evening. Y'all can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. For those of you that are having trouble with AVT 30, just give it another try right now and it will work for you. I just had to update something here on my end. Alrighty, here we go. We have Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies, followed up by Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels. Then we have Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed up by a Cal Ripken Jr. out of 149 of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is going to be going to Jordan. And then we have a Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres. That's a statistically speaking, and that is going to Francisco. Followed up by a prospects, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners, going to Chris. And then we have a rookie class, Hai-Sung Kim, and that is going to be out of 99 of the San Diego Padres, going to Francisco. And here we go. We're going to get into our memorabilia. And the first one is going to be a 70 out of 99 Ronaldo Lopez patches. Following that up with a 40 out of 50 Alex Kirilloff rookie signatures. And that Ronaldo Lopez of the Chicago White Sox is going to be heading to Matt. And that is number 70 out of 99 right there with that nice 3-color patch. And that Alex Kirilloff RC is 40 out of 50 right there. 40 out of 50 right there of the Minnesota Twins. And that is going to be heading to Harry. Nice rookie signature for Harry right there. I gotta say, those absolute rookie signatures may always be my best signature, or my favorite signatures in baseball for sure. I love the on ball, love the on bat. Very, very nice additions. I mean, yeah, the Bowman because they're the licensed products, carry more weight, and Topps carries more weight, things of that nature, but I think they're the best signatures in the game. Alrighty. First up, we have Kyle Lewis of Seattle, followed by Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox. Then we have Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves, followed up by Max Fried of the Braves as well. And then we have Frank Chance of the Chicago Cubs. And then getting into our parallels, we have the 51 out of 199 Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals to Cynthia. A rookie class, Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Chris. And then a rookie class, 27 out of 149, Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs, heading to Chris B as well. Alrighty, and now on to our memorabilias. We're going to start off with a 20 out of 25 Tools of the Trade and finish off with a 6 out of 99 rookie auto. The auto, Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles, going to be heading to Jordan. Going to be heading to Jordan right there. And again, that is going to be 6 out of 99. And then this nice 20 out of 25 Tools of the Trade with the 3-color patch, Marcell Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves, is going to be going to Matt. Alrighty. With that, we are done with break number 1521. So let's get into the rundown of it. We have the 27 out of 149 Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs heading to Chris. Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks rookie class to Chris. Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Cynthia. A 22 out of 99 Hai-Sung Kim of the San Diego Padres, and that is going to be heading over to Francisco, followed by a prospects, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners going to Chris. A statistically speaking, Manny Machado of the Padres going to Francisco, and a out of 149 Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is going to be heading to Jordan. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have our 2 cards that are out of 99. We have the Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles, and then we have the Ronaldo Lopez of the Chicago White Sox. And then we're going to have our out of 50 Alex Kirilloff and our out of 25 Marcell Ozuna. That Jahmai Jones of the Orioles going to Jordan. The Chicago White Sox, Ronaldo Lopez heading to Matt. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Harry, and Marcell Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves going to Matt as well. And with that, we are done with break 1521. Nice absolute hobby break right there for sure. And that means we're moving right along right here. And here we go. This is break 1522, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light break. And I would just like to welcome Randall, Richard, Dennis, Jeffrey, and Matthew to BreakTraders for the first time. Thank you for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. And for all of you that have been here for much longer than one time, take advantage of the discount codes we've got going on tonight, including 40% off all Donruss baseball and basketball products and breaks tonight. And you can get into some of our later breaks, including some Revolution basketball that will be going on in just a few breaks for 30% off using promo code AVT30. And we're kicking off with Jose Abreu of the White Sox, Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves. We have a 40-man futures Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to be heading to Chris. Followed up by Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers and Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers. And we're on to our next here. It's Taylor Trammell, and that's a RC of the Seattle Mariners going to Gilbert. Followed up by a blue Spencer Howard RC out of 28 out of 150 of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Michael. Then we have a black and white Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies going to Chris. Followed up by Ronnie Murcio of the New York Mets and Mick Abel, keep your elbows off the table, of the Philadelphia Phillies. We have a Christian Javier RC of the Houston Astros, and that is going to Richard. Following that up, we have a Braylon Marquez RC of the Chicago Cubs, and that is going to be going to Michael. Following that up, we have an Austin Meadows 223 out of 499 of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jeffrey. And then a Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals and Jordan Groshans of the Toronto Blue Jays. We have a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Gilbert De La Cruz. Followed up by a Austin Martin Summer Camp of the Toronto Blue Jays heading to Matthew. And then a Gabriel Arias black and white of the Cleveland Guardians going to Chris. Followed up by Miguel Amaya of the Chicago Cubs and Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies. We have Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins RC heading to Cynthia, followed by a William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Mark. Then we have a 40-man futures Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox heading to Randall. Following that up, we have Jeter Downs of the Boston Red Sox and a Starlin Aguilar Bowman first edition of the Seattle Mariners going to Gilbert. We have a Tanner Hook RC of the Boston Red Sox to get things started right there, going to Cynthia. Then we have a Shimmer Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners, and that's going to Gilbert. Followed up by a black and white Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves going to Mark. And then it's a Bowman first, and that's going to be Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have Shaylin Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to be going to Gilbert. We're on to our next pack here. We have a Nick Montegrill RC of the Chicago White Sox heading to Randall, followed by Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres going to Francisco. A 40-man futures, Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds heading to Carissa. And then we have Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to Dennis. Following that up, we have a Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies going to Chris, and that's a Bowman first as well. Luis Robert of the White Sox, followed by Mookie Betts of the Dodgers. A black and white Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners going to Gilbert. Then we have a Blaze Jordan of the Boston Red Sox and Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. And we have 2 packs left in this one. We have Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. Following that up, we have a C.J. Abrams summer camp of the San Diego Padres, and that's going to Francisco. Then we have a Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendrick, and there's our box hit right there of the Cincinnati Reds going to Carissa. Following up with that one, we have C.J. Abrams of the San Diego Padres and Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox. We have Yu Darvish of the Padres, Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, a Gilberto Celestino of the Minnesota Twins. That's a Bowman first black and white going to Gilbert. Then we have Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds and Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. Starting off with our rookies, we got Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres, Nick Montagrill of the White Sox, Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox, William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves, Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins, Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Christian Javier of the Houston Astros. We have a Spencer Howard out of 150 of the Phillies, and Taylor Trammell of the Seattle Mariners. And now on to our featured cards. We have the black and white Gilberto Celestino of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies. Then we have Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers, Shaylen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, and Starlin Aguilar of the Seattle Mariners. And then our featured card here is the Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds, and that is going to be going to Carissa. And with that, we are done with break 1522. Done with break 1522. And we are going to take a break, but first I figured I would show y'all around the website for a moment. So let me refresh this in case other things have sold out. We have that one spot of Origins Football Hobby. One spot of Origins Football Hobby. You can get 21% off that using code 21FB. And then we have some Donruss Optic Baseball. We have a one box Pick Your Team plus random and a one box Pick Your Team. You can get 40% off of both of those. Oh, it didn't switch to the website. Sorry about that. And then we have National Treasures, Pick Your Team plus random with 15 spots left. We pulled some absolute fire out of there on Wednesday night. Also 19 spots left in the Certified Hobby, Football Hobby, 20 spots left in the Black 21 Black Football Hobby, one box Pick Your Team plus random. And then we have Chronicles Draft Picks, 24 spots left. That's a very affordable break. I wouldn't be surprised to see that move. The most expensive card there is $30, or most expensive team's $30, and you're right now available, and you're able to get 21% off of that. Alrighty, folks. With that, we are going to take a 3-minute break, and then we will be back with some certified football. We are back with some certified football, and we have 3 teams here to auction off. 3 teams here to auction off, and we'll get started doing that in just in a minute. At the risk of having Joe Mama leave the studio tonight, I'd love to say, well, I enjoy her loving the Bills. I mean, we can get that Red Sox talk right out of here, but I guess, aren't they playing the Astros, though? I guess I'd rather them be in the World Series than the Astros, so... Alrighty, the first team tonight that we are auctioning off is going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. Bidding will begin for the Bengals at $10 in increments of $1. $15 from T-Man, and he comes out firing. $16 from Josh. $16 from Josh. $18 from Haley and $20 from T-Man. Do we have 21 for the Bengals? All right, we are going to start the countdown here. Alrighty, T-Man takes it. T-Man, you can either send that $20 now or wait for the next one. Cincinnati Bengals right there. T-Man with the win right there. The next team up for auction is the 49ers. And the 49ers, we will start the bidding for them at $10 as well, but the bidding will be in increments of $5. We have 15 from Haley, 20 from Josh. 15 from Haley and 20 from Josh. Do we have 25? 25 from Harry Hood diving in for the 49ers. And I feel like we're due for some big quarterback hits out of certified. I mean, we got the big hits out of National Treasures. Would love to see more of those. But I think we could get one right out of certified. We're at $25 with Harry. 30 from Haley. Big graffiti. Brett's called it in every box of certified yet. So at one point he is going to be right. I can guarantee you that. Alrighty. $30 for Haley, and we're going to start the bidding process right now. The rules for that are in the chat, and the countdown has begun. I thought a broken clot's right once a day. I don't know. Is it for sure twice a day, though? Like if it's just the one that goes around in a circle?
Yeah, and if it doesn't have AM and PM.
But if it's like 15 minutes behind, how's it ever right?
Oh no, completely broken.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. Now I understand. Good. That's a good one. Haley, you know what to do. The link's in the chat for that. And last but certainly not least, we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bidding for them will begin at $5 in increments of $1. I will fix that for that Donruss right there. Somehow didn't get tagged in the right way. One moment. We have 15-16 from Wanderley. 16 from Wanderley. Got that right in before Josh. $16 for Wanderley, and we will start the countdown process now. Here we go. That 21 FB should be working now, Phil. Thank you for letting me know that. Alrighty, and Wanderley takes it. Wanderley takes it for $16. Wanderley, the link for PayPal is in the chat. John, it looks like they have the Panthers in this break as well. All right. So Wanderley just dropped that payment in the chat, and while we wait to receive that payment, I think it is time to do our randomization of our last keyword. For those of you that are new with us, of which there's quite a few in this break, how those keywords work is basically every other is a brand new keyword towards a show. We do not have Zelle. We only have PayPal, and we do have Venmo though. If you need Venmo, and we have Cash App. And I will tell you, let me type those in there right now. But no, we don't have Zelle. That show was October Faction. October Faction. Phenomenal show. Right there. Perfect. I just dropped the Cash App in the link right there. 1 second here. I'm just going to have to log into it to check. One moment. All right, but in the meantime, folks, type computer. Yeah, it's called October Faction, Harry. Highly recommend checking it out. I believe it is not coming in for a second season, which is definitely disappointing, but it is a really, really entertaining show. Wanderly, just let me know when you send that payment right there. I have not seen Halt and Catch Fire. Have not seen that. I'm gonna make a note of that. Alrighty, John, let's do a 10-second countdown on this one. Yeah, I figured I would rock the Irish hat since it's the USC game this weekend.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Haley.
Haley getting a hockey one right here. And you know what? We have a moment. So let's bring out the ice for Haley. I feel like we haven't seen it in a while because we haven't had any UFC breaks in a bit. So let's bring out the ice for Haley right here. Haley, you get any good cards out of your 1945 pack that we sent to it? Wanderly, if you type your cash app. Wanderly, if you can type your Cash App name in the chat, I'll send you a request. Otherwise, it will have to give a second bid option. And I apologize about that, but we do need to be able to get this break underway. All right, we have Ryan Murray of the Devils, Nick Bujstad of the Minnesota Wild. Then we have Connor Sherry of the Capitals, Braden Holtby of... I know, if you send me your Cash App name, I'll send you a request. Because our Cash App, I've put it in the chat a couple times here, but I'll have to give the option to the second place winner. I don't have a link because it's on mobile. We have Braden Holtby of the Washington Capitals, Chris Letang of the Pirates. And then we have Carter Verhage of the Panthers, Jacob Sant of the Hurricanes, and Jacob Markstrom right there to finish up that pack. Alrighty. Unfortunately, Wanderly, since I've asked you if you put your name in the chat, I'll send you a request right now. I'm gonna give you about 30 seconds to do that, and then Josh, do you still want it for 16? Alrighty. Josh, you can send the payment to the link in the chat. And we will be heading over to this certified right now. So that's going to Josh Kistler now, John.
Okay.
And while we wait for that, let's dive in here quick and see what we've got going on with the breaks. We've got these available spots right here in the Revolution Hobby break. The Cavs, the Rockets, the Pelicans, and the Thunder and the Raptors. We've got the Nets coming up in 1526 as well. And you can get those that code that's in the chat is now incorrect. You can do AVT 40 for 40% off all of those. 40% off all of those right now. Alrighty, in addition, we have the one spot left. Oh no, it looks like Origins football has closed. 3 spots left in the Donruss Optic basketball. You can get 40% off all of those spots. 40% off all of those spots with the link in the chat. Alrighty. And again, Wanderly, that came too late. We had to move on to the next highest bidder because we needed to start this break. That being said, here we go. This is break 1523, the 2021 Panini Certified Football Hobby 1-Box. Pick your team. I want to welcome Wanderly, Dustin, Cody, Richard, Rich, and Rick for joining us for the first time this evening. Thank you for joining BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Daniel Jones of the Giants to kick things off, and it looks like we got a memorabilia card coming up right here. First up, though, we have the Dark Horse Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by Darius Slayton of the New York Giants, and then Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. And here we go. It's going to be a rookie running back, and that is going to be Mr. Javonte Williams, and that is 98 out of 249 of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be heading to Lonnie. Speaking of, that Thursday night football game last night was absolutely terrible between the Broncos and the Browns. Incredibly boring. I mean, the Broncos are bad. They are really bad. How they didn't dominate the Browns is beyond me. You know, you had Von Miller talking all that trash before the game and then just did not come to play. We have J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, and I swear I didn't even know that seal of approval of Von Miller for the Broncos was coming up right there. And then we have Devontae Adams of the Packers and Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans. And I think we've got a mirror signature coming up right here. And it is going to be a 43 out of 50. The big man himself. That's Fletcher Cox of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Chris B. It was a weird game. I also hit on the under. Weird game for sure. Definitely a lot of screen passes. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, followed by Zaven Collins out of 249 of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Wanderly. Then we have a filler card right there before we have the Stars. Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Chris, followed up by Mr. C.D. Lamb of the Cowboys and Damian Harris of the New England Patriots. Alrighty. Alrighty, we are on to our next pack right here. We have David Johnson of the Texans, followed up by a Lamar Jackson out of 199 of the Baltimore Ravens going to William. And then we're going to have a Aaron Donald Gold team of the Los Angeles Rams. And that's heading to Cynthia, followed up by Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions and TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here we go on to our next one right here. We have Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Josh. Following that up, we have Jalen Hurts, graffiti of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Chris. And then to wrap that pack, we have Michael Thomas of the Saints and Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos. And then here we go. It is going to be a Kene Nwangu 90 out of 199 RC of the Minnesota Vikings. And with that, where it's going to Haley. No discounts on Panini Chronicles basketball tonight. But we have a lot of other discounts, including the 21% off all 2021 football, and then 40% off Donruss basketball and baseball products. That was more a price reduction than a sale, I would say. Because I mean, originally that was priced really high, and then the price just cratered in the market. So we reduce prices when the market reduces for sure, and we increase them when they increase. So Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Royals, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, going to Wanderley with that dark horse, followed up by Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers and Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys. And then here we go. Our next hit is going to be Mr. Rondale Moore, and that is 23 out of 25 of the Arizona Cardinals. That is a nice patch right there. And that is going to Wanderley. And that looks like part of his name or part of the Cardinals' name right there. And we're on to the next one right here. And look at that, getting all the memorabilia out of the way early. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, followed up by a Stephon Diggs out of 249 of the Buffalo Bills, going to Ross. And then we have Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns with that seal of approval heading to Chris, followed up by LaMichael Perine of the Jets and Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions. We have Joe Mixon of the Bengals to get things started. And then we have a Travis Etienne RC out of 299 of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Haley. Following that up, we have a Stars Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris B. Following that, we have Matt Stafford of the Rams and Austin Eckler of the Chargers. Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by DJ Chark of the Jaguars. And then we have a graffiti J.K. Dobbins, 2 out of 75 of the Baltimore Ravens. That's going to William right there. Following that up, we have Cam Newton of the Patriots and Roquan Smith of the Bears. Interesting, Cam Newton just had an interview the other day where he said he finally got vaccinated. And honestly, if you're a free agent in the NFL right now and you're unvaccinated, your chances of being picked up are pretty much nil. So makes sense for him right there. DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals. Then we're going to have an Elijah Moore RC, and that's out of 149 of the New York Jets. Right there, going to Haley. Followed by a gold team, Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cody. And then we have Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers and Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers. Alrighty, and with that, we are done opening packs, so let's run this down. We have the Elijah Moore out of 149 of the New York Jets going to Haley. Travis Etienne out of 299 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Haley. And then Zaven Collins out of 249 of the Arizona Cardinals going to Wanderley. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have our veteran auto. That's going to be Mr. Fletcher Cox with that mirror signatures auto of the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Chris B. And then it's time to just start running down our rookies. We have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings, and Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. That Javonte Williams out of 249 of the Denver Broncos going to Lonnie. Kene Nwangu out of 199 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. And Rondale Moore out of 25 of the Arizona Cardinals going to Wanderley. And with that, we are done with break 1523. And 1523 is complete, which means we'll be moving right along to some Donruss football. Donruss football hobby hybrid H2. Yeah, I mean, Kyrie Irving willing to give up like $13.5 million or $27 million over that. Interesting choice. I mean, I would pretty much do anything for $27 million. So, but I guess that's the difference of him having $250 million and me not. So here we go. This is break 1524, the 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid one box pick your team. Just wanted to welcome Nick, Eric, Richard, Angelo, John, and Casey to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. And then if you're not a newbie here with us, make sure you use that code 21FB on any 2021 football products for 21% off your order. We have Tre'Davious White of the Buffalo Bills, followed by James White of the Patriots, Bud Dupree of the Titans, Romeo Okwara of the Lions, and then we have a little James Robinson of the Jaguars and Drew Brees of the Saints, followed by our first rookie here. It's Aaliyah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets going to Josh. And then we have a Nick Chubb silver press proof. That's going to be out of 75 of the Cleveland Browns. And that is heading to Nick. And after that one, we have a Henry Ruggs the third Elite Series, followed by Mac Diddley Jones of the New England Patriots. And that is going to be heading to Ronald. Mac Jones with the Rookies edition right there. And a good start when we hit a rookie QB to kick things off in this break. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Jeff Okudah of the Lions. And then we're going to have a, oopsie daisy, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, a Jacob Harris rated rookie of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia, a Frank Darby Green Optic preview of the Atlanta Falcons going to Nick. Then we have that red press proof Ndamukong Suh of the Buccaneers, followed up by a road to the Super Bowl Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, and then a Dominators Justin Tucker of the Baltimore Ravens to wrap that pack right there. Alrighty, next up, we have a Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Olivier Vernon of the Browns, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers. Then we have a little Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers and Brett Favre of the Packers as well, followed by a Tyson Campbell rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Josh. And then we have a red press proof Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers right there. And then a Elite Series rookies, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, followed up by a Gridiron Kings all-timer. That's Mr. Drew Brees of the Saints. Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, followed by Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Budda Baker of the Cardinals, and then we're going with Tom Brady of the Buccaneers, followed by Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, and then we have Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles. Landon Dickerson of the Eagles going to Michael, followed up by a red press proof Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we have the champ is here, Antoine Winfield of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by an Action All-Pro Cordell Patterson of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Now a member of the Atlanta Falcons. We have a little Miles Sanders of the Eagles, followed by Andy Dalton of the Bears, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, and then we have a Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, followed by Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens, and then we have a Jalen Waddle rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins going to John, and a red press proof Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Nick right there. Followed up with that, we have Brett Favre Legend Series of the Packers, and then the Rookies Edition, Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Go Irish for sure. Feel like that loss to Cincinnati is definitely looking better and better. Still very disappointing, but the Irish, if they were in the ACC this year, I still think would be ACC champions. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Mark Ingram of the Texans, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans. Then we have a little Barry Sanders of the Lions and Marcus May of the Jets, followed by Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Nick. A little 489 out of 500 Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Nick as well. Then we have a highlights Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs and an Action All-Pros Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Alrighty, folks. We have a little Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. Randy Moss of the Vikings. Sean Alexander of the Seahawks. Followed by Barry Sanders of the Lions. Taysom Hill of the Saints. Then we're going to have a little Denzel Mims of the New York Jets. And then it's Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is going to be heading to Josh. Heading to Josh right there. Ain't that the truth right there? And then Miss Haley, I believe you are going to want to hold on to something here because it's a big time hit. It is going to be that Green Optic Preview, Mr. Justin Fields, which means that's going right into the Saute Sizzle Cage right there. And here we go. It's getting the sizzle sticker for sure. And we pulled a Mac Jones of this the other day. They had just gone for well over $250. I know this will probably stay in your PC, but what a hit that is. Then we have a press proof Hunter Henry of the Patriots right there. Red press proof of the Patriots. Followed up by an Elite Series rookies Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we're going to have a Gridiron Kings Devonta Smith of the Eagles as well. And we are really cooking with gas in this Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 break. Drew Lock of the Broncos, followed by Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams. We have a little Darius Leonard of the Colts, Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs. We have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons right there going to Nick, followed by a red press proof Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. And right there. And then we're going to have a retro series, and that is Ray Lewis himself, following up with the Rookies edition of Kyle Pitts. Surprising to me that Mac Jones would go for more than Justin Fields. Like, I feel like Justin Fields is obviously the better quarterback in that situation. And honestly, I hate to say it, but it seems like in the better situation. Bill Belichick has lost a touch. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Then we have Chase Young of the Washington football team, followed up by Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Khalil Herbert, a running back of the Chicago Bears, right there to Haley. Then we have a red press proof Miles Jack of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Following that up, we have Tua of the Miami Dolphins, and then an Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears. Can you expect... I have yet to see a game where I would say Mac Jones has played great. I think his average air yards from scrimmage is like five yards or less. Like, I don't know. I could just be biased. I admit that. I could just be a biased Bills fan, reveling in the Patriots' misery of their one or two wins. Allen Robinson of the Bears, Evan Ingram of the Giants, John Bostic of the Washington football team, Philip Lindsay of the Texans. Then we're going to have Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Mark Brunell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seattle Seahawks going to Josh, followed up by Trey McKitty with that red press proof rated rookie of the Chargers. Then we have a retro series Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers right there, followed up by a portrait Michael Carter of the New York Jets. Oh, and I don't know why I was I meant to say Zach Wilson. I didn't even mean to get this started about Mac Jones. I got confused there myself. All right, let's run these rookies down. We have the Michael Carter portrait-rated rookie of the Jets, the red press-proof Trey McKitty of the Chargers, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks, Khalil Herbert of the Bears, the rookies Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, a Kyle Pitts base of the Falcons. Following that up, we have a Gridiron Kings, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, followed by an Elite Series, a rookie Devonta Smith of the Eagles as well. And then we're going to have a Rashad Bateman out of 500 of the Ravens, Demetric Felton of the Browns, the rookies Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, a red press-proof Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, Landon Dickerson of the Eagles, a Elite Series rookie Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Tyson Campbell of the Jaguars, a Green Optic preview Frank Darby of the Falcons, Jacob Herricks of the Chargers, and Elijah Vera Tucker of the Jets. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have this silver press-proof Nick Chubb. Silver press-proof Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to Nick. And then it is Rookie QB Central. And we have the Mac Jones, the Rookies edition. Following that up with a base Trevor Lawrence, and then the Green Optic preview Justin Fields. That Justin Fields going to Haley, Trevor Lawrence going to Josh, and Mac Jones of the Patriots heading to Ronald. And with that, we are done with break 1524. We will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution Hobby Basketball. Alrighty, we're on to some Revolution basketball, and we have a little three-teamer here to auction off. It's going to be headlined by the New Orleans Pelicans, and then we have the Toronto Raptors and the Houston Rockets. Bidding for this will begin at $5 in increments of $1. 5 from Mr. CEO. $15 right there from Kevin. 15 from Kevin, 18 from Mr. CEO. $18 from CEO, and we will start the countdown. Ooh, 20 from T-Man. 20 from T-Man. And now we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. 23 from CEO, which means we'll have at least another 15-second timer rocking and rolling. 25 from T-Man. And here goes another 15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, T-Man, you've got it. T-Man, you've got it. You know what to do. The link is in the chat. And John, I think that means we're on to our next keyword.
Yeah.
Alrighty, you let me know when you're ready and we will rock and roll.
I am ready.
John is ready. The keyword is social. Gossip Girl is incorrect. The circle is correct. The circle is correct. And that means Mike is going to be getting a pack of Upper Deck hockey. Nice get that early. Oscar Lindblom of the Flyers, Tyler Bertuzzi of the Red Wings, Travis Dermott of the Maple Leafs, Pekka Rin of Nashville, Nico Mikola of right there, followed by Ila Mikhev. Then we have a Max Pacioretty, and a Jason Spezza. Alrighty, there we go. That's going to Mike. And we will get these teams loaded right here. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 15/20/25, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby 1-box break. Let's get ripping. And if you're here for the Donruss Optic Fast Break, that is up next. We're just a tad behind right here. We have Aaron Gordon of the Orlando Magic, Davis Bertrand of the Wizards, and oh boy, here it is. It is an Onika Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks going to Cynthia. We have been pulling so many autos out of Revolution lately. Followed up by an Astro Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat going to Chris. And then we have a Vortex Jimmy Butler of the Heat as well. Steph Curry of the Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, and then we're going to have a Kristaps Porzingis, and it is going to be an Impact, or Domantas Sabonis, of the Indianapolis Pacers, and that is out of 149, followed up by Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, heading to T-Man. We have Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat, Jimmy Butler of the Heat as well. And then we're going to have a Galactic Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Phil. Followed up with a Shockwave Revolution RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. And that's going to Zach. I haven't seen Reddish's auto, but I know the Sadiq's is just an S and a B, I believe. DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Tobias Harris of the 76ers. We have Kira Lewis Jr. with that rookie revolution of the New Orleans Pelicans going to T-Man, followed up by a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Zach. Paul George of the Clippers, Al Horford of the Thunder, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, a Galactic Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic, and that is heading to Phil. Followed up by an Oleksiy Pokusevski rookie revolution of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to David. We have DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Mike Conley of the Utah Jazz, a Galactic Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers to David, followed up by a Tyler Bay RC of the Dallas Mavericks heading to Zach. We have Blake Griffin of the Pistons, LeBron James of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, a Pascal Siakam Astro edition of the Toronto Raptors going to T-Man, followed up by a Vortex Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz going to Sean. On to our next pack right here. Laurie Markin of the Chicago Bulls Chicago Bulls, followed by Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, a Josh Green Astro RC of the Dallas Mavericks, heading to Zach, and then it's going to be a Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets, going to Gavin. Alrighty, and with that, we will run these cards down. First, our inserts. We have the Rudy Gobert of the Jazz with that Vortex, the Shockwave Revolution of the New York Knicks, and RJ Barrett, and then the Vortex Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat. And next up, we have our parallels for this one. We have our Astro Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, the Astro Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, a Galactic Groove Kevin Love, and then we have a Groove Markelle Fultz of the Magic, and then we have an Impact Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, and that is out of 149 right there. And now on to our rookies, our base rooks right here. We're starting out with a Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Gavin, Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavs going to Zach, James Weitzman of the Golden State Warriors to Zach as well, and then Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors heading to T-Man. And then we have our parallel and inserts right here. We have our rookie revolution, Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Thunder going to David, Kira Lewis Jr. rookie revolution of the New Orleans Pelicans to T-Man, and Astro Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks heading to Zach, and then a Groove Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic heading to Phil. And then last but certainly not least, we have the Onyeka Okongwu autograph of the Atlanta Hawks. And that is going to be going to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1525. Alrighty. We have one team to auction off on this next break, this Donruss Optic fast break. And we have one team that we're going to give away for the randomization of social. So the Charlotte Hornets are who we are auctioning off. Bidding for them will begin at $50 in increments of $5. $50 in increments of $5. And let me tell you, folks, we have been pulling some LaMelo out of here. $50 from Mr. CEO. $55 from Mike. Do we have 60 for the Hornets? $60 from Phil. I mean, you pull that LaMelo base, that's worth roughly $75 to $125 right there. You pull anything better than that out of here, and you are dancing in the moonlight for sure. $60 from Phil. Do we have 65? Oh, did it go down? $65 from Mike. 75 from Mr. CEO. Yeah, you almost had a triple-double opening night, right? 80 from Phil. $80 from Phil. $85 from Mr. CEO. $85 from Mr. CEO, and we will start the countdown. I've got the Hornets in a parlay, so I would like to see them cover that 2.5 points, and then I think I got the Wizards -2 in that same parlay. 20 seconds, 15 seconds. 10, 5, 4, 3. Danny Rosetta with 90. Now another 15 seconds is on the clock. Will Danny take it for 90? $95 from Mr. CEO, and there's another 15 seconds on the clock. Just sneaking it in. Will we see 100? Doesn't appear so. And there it is. The countdown is complete. $95 for the Hornets. And we will be giving away the Brooklyn Nets. We will be giving away the Brooklyn Nets to this randomization of Social. Social. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown? 10 seconds on the clock.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Old Tran.
Alrighty. It is going to be Old Tran. Old Tran, I see you. Actually, you're in a break already here with us. He has the Rockets, so I will pull him up. We'll get these teams loaded. Got that done. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1526, the 2020-21 Panini Donruss Optic Fast Break 1 box. Pick your team. And I just want to welcome Tate, David, and Jeffrey to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. And folks, if you enjoy Donruss, we've got some Donruss basketball hobby for not 10%, not 20%, not 30%, but 40% off. Passing some of that allocation pricing on to you in a show of appreciation. We have a little Tim Hardaway of the Dallas Mavericks, Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, a silver Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls, followed up with a Killian Hayes rated a rookie of the Detroit Pistons, heading to Mr. CEO. Mikal Bridges of the Suns, followed by Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, a silver Spencer Dinwiddie of the Brooklyn Nets going to Old Tran. Then we have Elijah Hughes, a rated rookie of the Utah Jazz, going to Mark. Victor Oladipo of the Rockets, Karis LeVert of the Pacers, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, and a silver Josh Richardson of the Mavs, followed up by Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thunder. Lightning in the thunder. Right there, going to Chris. We have Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors, followed by Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, a Mitchell Robinson silver of the New York Knicks right there. And then we have a Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz going to Mark. Jonathan Isaac of the Magic, TJ Warren of the Pacers, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a silver Wendell Carter of the Bulls, and then a James Weissman rated rookie of the Golden State Warriors going to Shane. Mo Bamba of the Magic, Miles Turner of the Pacers, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, a silver PJ Washington of the Hornets, and then Mr. Grant Riller of the Hornets as well. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Kemba Walker of the Celtics, John Wall of the Rockets, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a silver TJ Warren of the Indiana Pacers right there. And then we have Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks. And that rated rookie's heading to David. Christian Wood of the Rockets, Wendell Carter of the Bulls, Josh Okogie of the Thunder, and then we have a stargazing Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, and that is headed to Shane. Following that up, we have a Xavier Tillman rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. Serge Ibaka of the Clippers, Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, a silver Mo Bamba of the Magic right there. Followed that up with a Jalen Smith rated rookie of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. And I saw a tweet today that said we should get ready for an ownership change in Phoenix because there's going to be a massive report coming out that Robert Sauber's racist, sexist, harassing employees, which is, as a Suns fan, it's very disappointing to hear. Danilo Gallinari of the Atlanta Hawks, Luke Kennard of the Clippers, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, a silver Miles Turner, followed by a CJ Ellaby rated rookie of the Portland Trailblazers. That's going to Sean. On to our next one in this box. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Otto Porter Jr. of the Bulls, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, a silver Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics right there. And then we have a Precious Achiuwa rated rookie of the Miami Heat going to Shane. And I feel like I haven't said it in a long time. So fun story about Precious Achiuwa. I used to play against his brother in college. When I was at Genesee Community College and his brother was at Erie Community College. He got a lot more playing time than I did. Steven Adams of the New Orleans Pelicans. Elfrid Payton of the Knicks. And it looks like we're going to have our auto come in here. Followed up by a silver Rudy Gay of the Spurs. And then we have Mr. Desmond Bane with that rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Wendell Carter Jr. of the Chicago Bulls. And that is going to Tate. On to our next pack in this one. Lynx Dort of the Thunder, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, a silver John Wall of the Houston Rockets. Following that up with an Isaac Okoro rated rookie of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to George. We have Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks, Michael Porter Jr. of the Nuggets, Kevin Porter of the Rockets, a silver Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets right there, followed by Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors heading to Shane. And now we have 4 packs left. J.J. Redick of the Pelicans, Julius Randle of the Knicks, Ricky Rubio of the Timberwolves, a silver Wendell Carter Jr., followed up by a Cole Anthony rated rookie. Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to David right there. Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Seth Curry of the 76ers, and a silver Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets right there. Following that up with Trey Jones, rated rookie of the San Antonio Spurs, going to Jeffrey. And now we have 2 packs left. Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a silver Joe Ingles of the Utah Jazz right there. And then we have a Kira Lewis Jr. New Orleans Pelicans going to Shane. Cam Reddish of the Hawks, Kevin Love of the Cavs, Mike Conley of the Jazz, a silver Eric Gordon of the Rockets, and then a Cassius Winston rated a rookie of the Wizards to wrap that up, going to Mr. CEO. And that was a disappointing box. I apologize about that. But all I do is open them. Cassius Winston of the Wizards, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, Trey Jones of the Spurs, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic. We have Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers, Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies, Precious Achiuwa of the Heat, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks, Grant Riller of the Hornets, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz, Oleksij Pokusevski of the Thunder, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, and Killian Hayes of the Pistons. And on to our featured card, and that is going to be a Wendell Carter Jr. auto with that fast break signatures of the Chicago Bulls going to Tate. And with that, we are done with break 1526. We're going to take a 5-minute break. A 5-minute break, and we will be back with some absolute best baseball. Alrighty, folks, we are back with some Absolute Baseball, an Absolute Baseball division random, and we're diving back deep into the 1300s for this one. Finally able to get that closed. Before we get into this, though, I'd like to do our next show keyword. We are starting a new show. Let's see what it's going to be. Alrighty. I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
John's ready. I'm ready. Let's rock and roll. The keyword is dependent. No, you're welcome, Ultran. Thanks for joining us. Home economics, shameless, incorrect. Young Sheldon, incorrect. Alrighty, show giveaway guessing has ended, which means it is time for break 1326, the 2021 Absolute Baseball one box division random. And here we go. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this, and that's going to be 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, there we go. Let's get these teams up. We have Edvin with the AL Central, Timothy with the AL East, West, NL Central, and NL East, and Jack with the NL West. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen them in a while either. Alrighty, our teams are sorted and we are going to rock and roll. We're going to have a Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers, Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays, Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers, followed by a Blake Schnell out of 149 of the Padres, and that's going to head to Jack. Then we have a Mackenzie Gore prospects of the Padres going to Jack as well, followed up by a Power Harmon Killebrew right there, and that is out of 99 of the Minnesota Twins going to Edvin. And here we go. Our first hit is going to be Mr. Evan Longoria, and that is 6 out of 25 of the San Francisco Giants, and that is heading to Jack. Oh. And then we have 2 redemptions in this one. Wowza. Here they go. Bangarang. Someone screwed up at Panini. We have the Isaac Paredes rookie baseball material signatures and the David Peterson rookie baseball signatures right there. The Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers. Of the Detroit Tigers right there, heading to Edvin. And then we have the David Peterson of the New York Mets. And that is going to be going to Timothy. Nice. Double out of 25 hits. Triple out of 25 hits, because that Tools of the Trade was out of 25 as well. Oh, got it. My mistake. Fernando Tatis of the Padres, Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants, DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, Chris Bryant of the Cubs, Xander Bogaerts of the Celtics, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, and then we have Anthony Rizzo out of 199 of the Chicago Cubs heading to Timothy, followed up by an Icons, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees going to Timothy as well. And here we go, folks. Our first hit here is Dinelson Lamet of the San Diego Padres, followed by a Mickey Moniak rookie patch auto out of 35. Dinelson Lamet of the Padres going to be heading to Jack. And Mickey Moniak with the out of 25 of the Philadelphia Phillies. And the multicolor patch, triple patch right there, 8 out of 35, heading to Timothy. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We have the Icons, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees, the Anthony Rizzo out of 199 of the Cubs, the Power, Harmon Killebrew out of 99 of the Twins, Mackenzie Gore of the Padres, and a Blake Schnell out of 149 of the Padres as well. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the Tools of the Trade, Dinelson Lamet of the Padres, and the rookie baseball material signatures, Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers. That Dinelson Lamet of the Padres going to Jack, and Isaac Paredes of the Tigers heading to Edvin. And then we're going to get started with our low-numbered rooks. Or our low-numbered hits, we have the black gold David Peterson redemption of the New York Mets headed to Timothy. That's out of 25. The out of 35, Mickey Moniak of the Phillies going to Timothy as well. And then Evan Longoria out of 25 of the San Francisco Giants going to Jack. And with that, we are done with break 1326. Nice absolute hobby break right there. Kevin Durant has no need for Kyrie Irving, apparently. And I'm excited. We're getting into one of our first new breaks. Our first new breaks this evening. And let me see if we can get another one of these posted as well, because I bet that'll go quick with the 40% off. Let me just double check if we have 2 of them in-house. I think we do. So 1 second. Alrighty. some Donruss Choice Baseball. Excited for this one for sure. Here we go, folks. This is break 1538, the 2021 Donruss Optic Baseball Choice 1-box 3-team random. 3-team random right here. And let's get started with see how many times we're going to randomize these names. It's going to be 10 times. 10 times on the randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And we've got those teams set, and they are loaded, which means we are going to be ready to rock and roll. Find 3 autos per box on average. Looking for that exclusive Eagle parallel. Well, 1 out of 1 would be a nice start to our Donruss Choice days. Alrighty, we have Corbin Brunez of the Milwaukee Brewers right there, followed up by a Pavin Smith rated rookie, Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is going to be heading to Kevin. Nice rated rook right there. Looks like we have all our autos in a row. Then we have the red Sam Huff, that dragon scale right there of the Texas Rangers, and that is going to be out of 110 with that red dragon scale of the Rangers going to Timothy. Then we have that purple Diamond Kings Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox right there. Following that up, we have a green dragon scale, and that is going to be out of 88. 6 out of 88. That's Rafael Devers of the Boston Red Sox, and that's heading to Kevin. And then we have a Diamond Kings Rafael Desert of the Boston Red Sox heading to Kevin as well. And then we're going to have the Red Stars right there. That's going to be out of 45. And that's Rhys Hoskins of the Philadelphia Phillies. And now it's time for our auto hits. Let's see what we have. Starting off, we're going to have the red auto. That's Will Crow of the Washington Nationals, and that is out of 99. Out of 99 right there. And then we're going to follow that one up with the trying to see out of 99 as well, and that is going to be a blue Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins, and that's going to T-Man. 62 out of 99. And then the last auto of this one is going to be number 1 out of 99, and that is Mr. Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, and that is heading to Timothy. Alrighty. So we might as well run this whole break down. First, we have the silver Corbin Brunez of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Chris. Then we have the red and blue stars, Rhys Hoskins out of 45 of the Philadelphia Phillies. The Diamond Kings, Rafael Devers of the Boston Celtics. The green dragon scale out of 110 of the Red Sox as well. And then the purple Diamond Kings, Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox. And now on to our rookie rundown here. We have the red Dragon Scale out of 88, Sam Huff of the Rangers, and the silver Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That Pavin Smith going to Kevin, and Sam Huff of the Rangers going to Timothy. And now it's time for our rookie rundown. And they are all out of 99. And we have Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins heading to T-Man. Will Crow of the Washington Nationals heading to Kevin. And Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers heading to Timothy. And with that, we are done with break 1538. We'll be right back with some football. We are back for some BreakTraders football. And Cynthia, that is why the break took so long. I was just adding the code right there. So that is all set. That the DBB40 works for the new Donruss Choice break that was just posted. Would love to see that get filled. And also would love to get filled that Bowman first. If you use Bowman 1, you get 20% off. I believe it was 20% off Bowman first. Brett, you did love some Chronicles for sure. This one's basically a T-Man personal coming up here. But first, we need to do our next keyword. And I believe we have to do a randomization of dependent. Dependent. And oh my, we've got a ton of breaks in the red zone. Donruss Optic Hobby 1-box, pick your team plus random. The Lakers at minus 40% are pretty affordable, right in that $120, $130 or about $130 range right there. We have the Donruss Optic Baseball Hobby 1-box, 3-team, a random of choice right there. Dependent. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
Harry Hood with the Sage Football. The Sage Football box. So we'll get that mailed right out to you, Harry. And that goes right back in the pot for another drawing.
Big looking giveaway.
I know. It is a big looking giveaway for sure. If you like baseball and you like auto chasing, that Donruss Optic Choice already's down to 3 spots. Would love to move the Lakers for the pick your team plus random. I mean, if people want to start tossing out their best offers for the Lakers, I would listen. You can either DM me on Discord or whatever you would, however you would like to give me that, but I would listen to a best offer on the Lakers. Here we go. A little blast from the past. It is break number 1091, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks College Football Hobby 1-box Division Random. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize these users. It's going to be 10 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty. T-Man with every division except the AFC South. That going to Scott. Unlucky for T-Man with 7 spots, but sometimes that is how the cookie crumbles. We have a Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons heading to T-Man, followed up by an Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions to T-Man as well. Then we're going to have a Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, and that is going to T-Man. Following that up, we have that filler card, and underneath it, we have a Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to T-Man, followed up with back-to-back Jamar Chases of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to T-Man as well. And then another Najee Harris, that one with the Donruss rated rookie right there. And our auto here is going to be a Blake Prohl. And that is going to be a member of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to be heading to T-Man. We're on to our next one right here. We have Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the T-Man, followed by a Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to T-Man as well. Then we have a little Kyle Pitts action. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons heading to T-Man. We're going to have a redemption coming up here, but first it's Mr. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens to T-Man right there. And then we have a Jalen Waddle. That's going to be a purple XR out of 99 of the Miami Dolphins to T-Man as well. And a Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to T-Man, followed up by Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. And that is also going to T-Man. And here's the redemption. It is going to be a 1 quad patch autograph. And that is Mr. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. I have a feeling a 1 quad patch autograph is a pretty sick card right there out of 99. And that is going to T-Man. Nice hit right there. On to our next pack in this one. We have a little Mac Jones. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots heading to T-Man. Following that up, we have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Kwity Paye of the Colts going to Scott. And then we have a Mac Jones. Mac Jones of Alabama. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to T-Man. And then, boom, shakalaka. It is a Zach Wilson 6 out of 10. And that is going to T-Man. Nice Zach Wilson right there. And that filler card right there. Following that up, we have a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to T-Man. Followed up by Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions to T-Man. And then a Jamar Chase to T-Man. Mac Diddley Jones of the New England Patriots going to T-Man, followed up by Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott right there. Then we're going to have a little Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's headed to T-Man, followed up by a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, and that is going to T-Man. Followed up by Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, heading to T-Man as well. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Steelers to T-Man. Following that up with a Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and that's going to be a flux, and that's going to T-Man, and that is out of 149. And then our memorabilia here, it is going to be a full coverage Chris Evans. Chris Evans of the Houston Texans. And that is going to be going to Scott. Or sorry, the Cincinnati Bengals. Misspoke. Had to look that one up. Cincinnati Bengals. And that is going to T-Man. I apologize for screwing that first one up. It's hard. I don't have my rookie list in front of me, and while I can do a lot of them by memory, some of these players are hard. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott, followed up by Mr. Jamie Newman. We saw a lot of him in the past, of the Philadelphia Eagles going to T-Man. Then we're going to have a little Najee Harris of the Steelers as well, right there, going to T-Man. Followed up by a filler. Then it's Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers to T-Man, followed up by Najee Harris of the Steelers. And then a second Chuba Hubbard right there. Wow, it's just back and forth. And then a flux, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that's going to Scott. And we have an auto, and that is going to be Mr. Felipe Franks of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is heading to T-Man. And we're on to the last pack in this one, the last pack in this break. We have a Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be heading to T-Man, followed up by Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers to T-Man. A Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man as well. Then we have Tamaron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks heading to T-Man. Patrick Surtain II again of the Denver Broncos to T-Man. A little Zach Wilson Select Football of the New York Jets to T-Man, and Michael Carter of the Jets headed to T-Man as well. And then here we go. Our next memorabilia from Clemson, that is going to be Amari Rodgers. Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Nice right there. And we have 5 autos and memorabilias right there. Not a bad one at all. Let's run down these first round rookies. Zach Wilson of the Jets, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Najee Harris again, Trevor Lawrence of the Jags, Jalen Waddle Flux of the Miami Dolphins out of 149, Najee Harris twice in a row, Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Jamar Chase again, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Micah Parsons of the Colts, a little XR Jalen Waddle out of 99 of the Dolphins, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Jamar Chase again, Najee Harris again, and Kyle Pitts again. And now on to the featured cards. We have 2 full coverages, followed by the 1 quad patch rookie patch auto. That's going to be Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, and Chris Evans of the Bengals. All of those are headed to T-Man. And then we're going to have a little Felipe Franks of the Atlanta Falcons heading to T-Man as well. Blake Prohl of the Minnesota Vikings going to T-Man. And then it is Magalicious, baby. The sizzle is on. And that is Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And that is going to T-Man right there. And with that, we are done with break 1091. We'll be back in 5 minutes with some Origins football. Alrighty. We have some Origins of football, but now we have to do our next show keyword giveaway. Are you ready, John? I'm ready as well. The keyword is love. Social dilemma, incorrect. Great guess, though. There could possibly be a snake this evening. I will have to check that out. But if it's the snake that I think you're referring to, that product doesn't come out till next week. It's next Wednesday. No correct guesses yet. And show giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty, folks, here it is. Some Origins football hobby. One box, pick your team plus random. How this works is we'll randomize the Bears, the Jags, the Patriots, the Jets, and the 49ers. Those will get randomized in order 1 through 5. And then we'll randomize everyone that's in the break. And the top 5 will be matched up. So let's do this. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the teams. That is going to be 8 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. Whoever ends up first will get the Jags. First the 49ers. Second, the Jags. Third, the Bears. Fourth, the Patriots. And fifth, the New York Jets. Three times on the team randomization, or the user randomization. Oh boy. And here comes the drama. 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty. Let's get this matched up. Number 1 is Carl. And he is the 49ers. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were doing it. My fault. Number 2, Mr. CEO, getting the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we have number 3, the Chicago Bears, going to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have Haley with the Patriots. And last but not least, we have Matt with the New York Jets. Matt with the New York Jets, and we will get those teams loaded for y'all. As we get this open. Sorry, folks. Let's rock and a roll. First off, we have Mr. Saquon Barkley out of 175 of the New York Giants. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. After that, we're going to have a little Calvin Ridley action of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is going to Mr. CEO as well. Next up, we are going to have a little Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. And that is heading to Nick. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts going to Nick. Following that up, we have Devonta Smith, RC, of the Philadelphia Eagles. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Heading to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. Our first memorabilia. It's going to be a member of the Rams, and that is Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams heading to Haley, and that is a monster patch. And our next hit is going to be a Minnesota Viking, and that's an Amir Smith Marset RC, and that is heading to Haley. Right there. Next up, we have our final card. And it is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Mr. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints. And that is heading to Haley. Alrighty. Let's run this down. We are getting another box of Origins posted for Pick Your Team plus Random as well, because that was a tad disappointing. We have Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is heading to Nick. Followed up by Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants out of 175, going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Calvin Ridley out of 299 of the Atlanta Falcons to Mr. CEO as well. And then a Devonta Smith RC of the Eagles to Mr. CEO. And here we go. It was a patch, a monster patch. Out of 199, that's Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, and that is heading to Haley. And then we have two cards after that. We have the rookie patch auto of Mr. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints, and that's headed to Haley. And then we have Amir Smith Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley as well. And with that, we are done with break 1536. Done with break 1536. Alrighty. Folks, we have that Donruss Optic Basketball Hobby 1-box Pick Your Team plus Random left. Pick your team plus random left. And we'll be right back with some Leaf Metal football.
Okay.
We are back with some Leaf Metal Draft football. Some Leaf Metal Draft football right here. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 835, the 2021 Leaf Metal Draft Football Hobby 1-box card random. So we will randomize all the members of this break first. Randomize all the members of this break first, and then after we pull all the cards, we will be doing another randomization, and we will match that up. So let's see how many times we're going to randomize the members. 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, so we've got that laid out for us right there. And now let's dive in. This from the 800s. Wow. Of course, this is the hardest pack to get open. There we go. Yeah. Alrighty, getting started. We have a Javian Hawkins Touchdown Kings. Javian Hawkins Touchdown Kings. Right there. And that is going to be our first card up, and that is 3 out of 25. 3 out of 25. Right there. 3 out of 25. Next up, we are going to have a little bit of J.C. Horn. A little J.C. Horn action in the house. And that is a Metal Draft State Parade. And that is 51 out of 99. Alrighty. Next up, we are going to have a Jason Owe. Little Dafe Owe right there. And that is going to be 4 out of 40. 4 out of 40. And that is going to be card number 3. And that J.C. Horn again, 51 out of 99. Card number 4 is going to be a little Jamin Osborne. Jamin Osborne with that Touchdown King, 16 out of 25. And last, but certainly not least, because I already got a glimpse of it, and I know what's coming. It is going to be Mr. Trey Lance. A little Trey Lance on Carter, and that is going to be 11 out of 15. And that is going to get a sizzle sticker right there. Alrighty, folks. What do you say we randomize these cards? Let's see how many times we're going to randomize them. It is going to be 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty, let's see who's getting what right there. And Mark is getting card number 1, which is going to be the Jason Owe 4 out of 40. Jason Owe 4 out of 40 right there. And that is going to go to a Mark. Card number 2 is going to be heading to Brendan. And that is going to be Mr. J.C. Horn with the 51 out of 49. Card number 3, the Javian Hawkins 3 out of 25 is going to Chris B. Card number 5, the Jamin Osborne 16 out of 25 is going to Timothy. And card number 4, it is Big Time Rush. It is Mr. Trey Lance, 11 out of 15. And that is heading to Haley. And with that, we are done with break 835. Done with break 835. We will be back in 3 minutes from the hardwood with some Donruss Optic Hobby. We'll be right back. We're just having a minor issue here. One moment. No problem. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll. This is break 1437, the 2020-21 Donruss Optic Basketball Hobby 1-box Pick Your Team Plus Random. This is one of our earlier randomization days, so it's the Hornets, the Golden State Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Kings will be randomized. So how we start is we'll randomize those 4 teams, then we'll randomize all the members of this break, and we will see what happened, and we'll match up the top 4 with the random order of the 4 teams. So let's randomize these teams first. That's 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty. Timberwolves first, Warriors second, Kings third, and Hornets a fourth. And now let's see how many times we're going to randomize the members of the break. And that is going to be 7 times. Sometimes random.org moves so slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. We have Phil getting the Timberwolves. Then we have Blaze 1, which is Jim, getting the Golden State Warriors. Number 3, Steven is getting the Sacramento Kings. Steven getting the Sacramento Kings. And then we have Mr. CEO getting the Charlotte Hornets. Alrighty, folks, and we will get these teams loaded for you right here. Those teams are loaded, and this break is going to rip and roll. We have Brandon Ingram of the New Orleans Pelicans, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, a Desmond Bain rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies. That's going to be going to James, followed up by a blue Tyrese Halliburton, not a 59 rated a rookie of the Sacramento Kings, and that is going to be going to Steven. And we're on to our next pack here. We have Kevin Love of the Knicks, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers. We're going to have a redemption card coming up right here. And then we have an All-Stars, Joel Embiid of the 76ers. And this redemption is going to be a Josh Green rated rookie signature hollow. Josh Green rated rookie signature hollow right there. And that is of the Dallas Mavericks. And that is going to be heading to Jim. Wow, that Tyrese Halliburton hitting hard, and we are going to mag that bad boy right up. And that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Nice. Alrighty, on to our next pack right here. Donovan Mitchell, Bradley Beal of the Wizards, and Isaac Okoro, rated rookie of the Cleveland Cavaliers, going to Tom, followed by Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz, heading to Mark. And on to our next pack here. Dwight Powell of the Mavs, Paul George of the Clippers, Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, and Elite Dominators Ben Simmons of the Philadelphia 76ers, heading to Nick. We have a Will You Be My Hero, Baby of the Miami Heat, followed by Sekou Doumbouya of the Pistons, a Nico Mannion rated rookie, followed by a silver Otto Porter Jr. and that Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Jim. We have Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, and a reigning threes, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves, heading to Phil. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, followed by Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, a Cole Anthony rated rookie of the Orlando Magic, heading to Rob, followed by an Elite Dominators, Devin Booker, right there, of the Phoenix Suns, going to Mark. Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Giannis of the Bucks, Andre Drummond of the Cavaliers, and a lights out Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, and that is heading to Steven. We have Luka Doncic of the Mavs, followed by Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers. And then we have a Trey Jones rated rookie of the San Antonio Spurs, going to Kevin, followed by an All-Stars Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, heading to Steven. Trae Young of the Hawks, followed by Buddy Hield of the Sacramento Kings, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, and a silver Jared Allen of the Cleveland Cavaliers. We have Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets, J.J. Redick of the New Orleans Pelicans, Grant Riller rated rookie of the Charlotte Hornets, and a Sadiq Bey pink velocity out of 79 of the Detroit Pistons, heading to Mr. CEO. Especially Dustin, given that they could get 21% off. Julius Randle of the Knicks, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, and a lights out Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. We have Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, followed by Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, an Emmanuel Quickley rated rookie of the New York Knicks, going to Steven. And then we have the All-Stars, Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks. So Dustin, you don't get you don't get a random team in there. You get entered for a randomization of the 5 best teams for each entry. It was done just like this break, or the Origins break before this with football. And I've got that sizzle sticker on Mr. Bay right now. 2 mags right off the bat. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Cam Reddish of the Hawks, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets. Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets right there. And now on to the next one. Harrison Barnes of the Kings, Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, a Xavier Tillman rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies right there, and that's heading to Jim, followed up by a silver Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder. Steph Curry of the Warriors, Josh Jackson of the Pistons, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, and Elite Dominators, James Harden of the Brooklyn Nets. James Harden of the Nets. And we have 4 packs left in this one. Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, Bogdan Bogdanović of the Jazz, a Jalen Smith rated rookie of the Phoenix Suns. And then a CJ Ellaby rated rookie of the Portland Trailblazers right there. That Jalen Smith of the Suns heading to Mark, and CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers heading to Steven. And then we have our reigning threes. Will you be my hero of the Miami Heat? We have Eric Paschal of the Warriors, Jeremiah Grant of the Pistons, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, and a Steph Curry reigning threes of the Golden State Warriors. We have 2 packs left in this one. RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Joel Embiid of the Sixers, Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat, followed by a lights out Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards. Precious Achiuwa of the Heat going to Nick. And we're on to our last pack here. Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Chris Paul of the Suns, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, and a silver rated rookie, that's Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have the silver Josh Green of the Mavericks right there, followed by a Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Jalen Smith of the Suns, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks, Grant Riller of the Hornets, Trey Jones of the Spurs, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, Nico Mannion of the Warriors, Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers, and Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies. And on to our featured cards. We have the Josh Green rated rookie signatures Hollow Redemption. And then we got Dos Magalones. It is the Sadiq Bey with that pink velocity out of 79 of the Detroit Pistons, Mr. CEO. And Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings out of 59. And with that, we are done with break number 1437. We'll be back in 5 minutes with our next round of eBay breaks. Alrighty, we are back and we are ready to get into the second round of eBay breaks. Look, we have 6 breaks remaining on the schedule tonight. And if you're new to us at BreakTraders, you can go to www.breaktraders.com, or if you're just looking for things to get into, we can definitely fill this Donruss Optic Baseball Hobby 1-box 3-team random. You can get 40% off that and 40% off this Donruss Optic Basketball Hobby with the code in the chat. And we have 3 spots left later this evening in Revolution, 2 in Revolution, and 1 in Donruss Optic Fast Break. And you can get 30% off that with the code in the chat as well. And then we've got some 2021 football. We have this Donruss Football Hobby Pick Your Division, a Certified Football Hobby Pick Your Division plus random, a Panini Black Pick Your Team plus random, a National Treasures Collegiate Pick Your Team plus random, an Origins Football Pick Your Team plus random, and all of those are 20% off. And then, folks, the big kahuna comes out next week. We finally get another football product that has more than 5 cards in it, and it is going to be some absolute football. We've got a Pick Your Team right there, a Pick Your Team plus random. We have another Pick Your Team plus random, another team random, a division random. We've got it all right there. We've already sold out one Pick Your Team, so let's get in there and start buying up spots to rock and roll. In the meantime, we're going to dive right in. Here we go, folks. This is break 1527, the 2021 Panini Absolute Hobby 1-box break. I wanted to welcome Vince, Jason, and James to joining us for the first time. The first time right there. Appreciate that. Let's see what happens in this break. Mike, I will see what I can do on that. I'd have to, that'll be tough for me to figure out the pricing, but I will do my best on it. I'll tell you what I'll do for sure, Mike. I will put not next week, because next week the eBays have already been uploaded, but for the week after, I will have them in a couple of the eBay breaks right there. How's that work for you? We have Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins going to Nick. Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins going to Nick. Following that up with Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Then we have a JT Realmuto of the Philadelphia Phillies. Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres. Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox. Then we have a Brandon Lowe out of 199. Brandon Lowe out of 199 to the Tampa Bay Rays going to Joe. Followed up by Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals going to Harry. And then we have a out of 149, Whit Merrifield of the Royals as well. And that is going to be heading to Harry. And here we go. Our first memorabilia is going to be a patch. And that is Josh Hader. And that is 9 out of 99 for the Milwaukee Bucks. 9 out of 99 of the Milwaukee Bucks. Brewers. And that is heading to Harry. And then our next hit is going to be an auto, and that is an Absolute Ink, and that is Matt Manning of the Detroit Tigers heading to Jason. That is game worn. It is game worn according to the back of the box. We have Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Juan Soto of the Nationals. Then we have Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros, little Jimmy Fox out of 199 of the Phillies going to Nick right there. Then we have Sandy Koufax out of 99 of the Dodgers going to Greg. Following that, we have Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Vince with that Unsung Heroes. And then we have Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, and that is going to Greg. Next up, we have the Danny Jansen 54 out of 99 of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to James with that 54 out of 99 Tools of the Trade. And then we have another redemption. This is going to be a Rookie Baseball Materials Signatures Pink, and that is Mr. Joe Adell. Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels. Los Angeles Angels are right there. And that is going to be heading to Greg. Alrighty, let's see what we've got right here. We have the rundown. It's Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, followed up by Sandy Koufax out of 99 of the Dodgers, Jimmy Fox of the Philadelphia Phillies out of 199, a Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals out of 149, Whit Merrifield again of the Royals, and then Brandon Lowe out of 199 of the Tampa Bay Rays. Alrighty, let's run these down. First, our two patches. We have Josh Hader with the game worn 9 out of 99 of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Harry. And then Danny Jansen of the Toronto Blue Jays 54 out of 99 heading to James. And then we have two autos. The out of 35 and the out of 25. The out of 35, Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels heading to Greg. And the out of 25, Matt Manning of the Detroit Tigers heading to Jason. And with that, we are done with break 1527. Done with break 1527 there. And we're about to move on to some Bowman Chrome right here. And let me just double check to make sure those Blue Jays didn't get paid for, because I do have an eBay notification. All right, that's all set. So let's auction these off. What do you say, John?
Sounds good to me.
All right. The Toronto Blue Jays bidding begins at $5 in increments of $1. Five from Sean. Do we have 6? Six from Harry. Do we have 7? Seven from Sean. Do we have 8? Alrighty, we are going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Nine from Sean, which means we'll have another countdown. 10 from AMPX. And we have 15 seconds on the clock. And there we have it. We have 10 from AMPX. 10 from AMPX. And you know what to do. Drop the payment in the chat. And while we're waiting to the link in the chat, and while we're waiting for that, type love in the chat. We will randomize love. The show is still active, but not at this time. Wait, is the show still active on this one? Yes. Yes, it is. We'll be guessing again soon. Love, love, love. And with that keyword keyword entry, give us a 10-second countdown, John.
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jack Sheeler.
Jack with the Panini Chronicles pack. I'm not actually sure what the first clue was. This is the second clue, though. Cameron Johnson of the Suns. Joel Embiid of the 76ers. RJ Barrett of the Knicks. Little Ja Morant of the Grizzlies. And another RJ Barrett right there to wrap up that pack. Alrighty, here we go, folks. This is the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light one box break number 1528. And I just wanted to welcome Matt, Spencer, Bo, Charles, and Rob to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Cynthia is on top of it. Chris Bryant of the Cubs. Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. A 40-man futures. Austin Wells of the New York Yankees going to Bo. Followed by an Alexander Mojica of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Charles. And a Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers right there. We have a Max Scherzer of the Nationals. Max Scherzer of the Nationals going to Charles. Brett Batty out of 499 of the New York Mets going to James right there. Out of 499 headed to James. Then we have a Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox. That's a black and white going to Samuel. Followed by Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers and Ronnie Mauricio of the New York Mets. We have Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants, a 40-man futures Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers headed to Mr. CEO. Mick Abel, get your elbows off the table. And then we have a Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals. Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a 2020 Summer Camp Reed Detmers of the Angels going to Spencer. Then we have Oswald Peraza, black and white of the New York Yankees heading to Bo. Followed up by Jordan Groshans of the Blue Jays and Miguel Amaya of the Cubs. Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, followed by Akil Baddoo of the Detroit Tigers. Akil Baddoo of the Detroit Tigers going to Steven. And then we have a Buster Posey out of 499 of the San Francisco Giants to Mr. CEO. Zach Veen of the Rockies and Jeter Downs of the Boston Red Sox. Your main Mercedes RC of the White Sox right there going to Samuel, followed by an Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies. Alex Baum of the Phillies right there, and that is going to James. Then we have a black and white Alec Thomas of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Derek. A Starlin Aguilar of the Seattle Mariners. That's a Bowman first going to Rob. And then a Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals going to, heading to get it shipped. We have Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds heading to Mr. CEO. Following up with Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox heading to Samuel. Then we have a 40-man futures Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Charles. Following that up with a Shaylin Polanco, Bowman first of the Pittsburgh Pirates to Charles as well. And Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers heading to Matt. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals heading to James right there. Following that, we have a Carlos Colmenares of the Tampa Bay Rays. That's a Bowman first, black and white right there going to Charles. Followed by Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies. Bowman first going to CEO as well. And then Blaze Jordan of the Boston Red Sox to finish that up going to Derek. Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Royce Lewis, 2020 Summer Camp of the Minnesota Twins going to Michael, followed up by a 40-man futures Hydbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Matt right there. And then we have Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees and CJ Abrams of the San Diego Padres. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, followed up by Luis Arez of the Minnesota Twins. A black and white Maikel Perez of the Seattle Mariners going to Rob. Following that up, we have Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox and Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds. All right, let's run these down. We have our rookies. It's Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves, Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox, Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, Alex Baum of the Phillies, followed by Yermain Mercedes of the White Sox, and Akil Badu of the Detroit Tigers. And on to our Bowman first. We have the black and white Miguel Perez of the Seattle Mariners, followed up by Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies right there. And then we're going to have a little Carlos Colmenares of the Tampa Bay Rays, black and white, Jefferson Cuero of the Brewers, Shailen Polanco of the Pirates, Malcolm Nunez of the Cardinals, Starlin Aguilar of the Mariners, and Alexander Mojica of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And with that, we are done with break 1528. The 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light one box break. We'll be right back from BT Field with some certified football. We have some certified football right here, and it's going to be the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks, and we are going to start the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. We have $5 from... Oh, I am hearing they are paid for. Yes, they just got paid for. We just got that notification. 1 second. No problem. We'll put your name in, and then we'll fill out the info after. Sorry, with that late of payment, we don't always catch it. Alrighty, we'll get those teams loaded then. Here we go. This is break 1529, the 2021 Panini Certified Hobby One Box. Pick your team. And I just wanted to welcome Robert, Sean, Aaron, and David to BreakTraders for the first time. Y'all can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order, or you can join all the BreakTraders OGs and use promo code 21FB for 21% off all 2021 football. Break 1538. That already occurred. Yeah. You will have to scroll back to find that one, Chris. Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos to get things started right here, followed up by a Cam Akers graffiti. Cam Akers graffiti of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia. And then we have Jalen Hurts of the Eagles and Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals. And here we go on to our next one. It is going to be a mirror signatures, and that is Mr. Dexter Manley of the Washington football team. And that is going to Sean. Thank you for buying into it. We have another Donruss baseball. This one's a hobby that only has 2 spots left to fill if you're interested. And you can get your discount with the code in the link. George Kittle of the 49ers, followed by a Whop Filer out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings right there. And then we're going to have a little Dak Prescott with that Dark Horses of the Dallas Cowboys going to a Robert. Following that up, we have Kirk Cousins of the Vikings and Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. We have Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed up by T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals out of 99, going to Wren right there. Then we have a little Derrick Henry seal of approval out of 149 of the Tennessee Titans heading to David. Following that up with Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Derek Carr of the Raiders. LaMichael Perine of the Jets. And we're going to have a redemption coming up here. Following that up, we have a George Kittle gold team of the 49ers. And then we have Mr. David Johnson of the Texans and Mike Evans of the Buccaneers. And let's see what we've got here for this redemption. It is going to be a freshman fabric signatures teal. And that is going to be Mr. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is going to Nick. Harry called it. Nice Pitts redemption right there. Nice rookie patch auto. Jeff Okuda Matata. It's a wonderful day to be a Detroit Lion. Followed up by a little Mac Jones graffiti right there. Mac Diddley Jones of the New England Patriots heading to Kevin. Following that up, we have Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs and Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. And here we go. Our next hit is going to be a certified gamer out of 249. And that is Mr. Deshaun Jackson of the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Aaron. And we are halfway done with this break. Matt Stafford of the Rams, followed by a little Ryan Tannehill out of 299 of the Tennessee Titans. Then we have that dark horse Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, followed up by Joe Mixon of the Cincinnati Bengals and Dalvin Cook of the Vikings. That would be hilarious if that ended up becoming like a true story. Austin Eckler of the Chargers. Then we have a Michael Strachan of the Indianapolis Colts out of 249 heading to Chris. Followed by a seal of approval, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Bryce. Then we have DJ Chark of the Jaguars and DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals. We have 3 packs left here. Cam Newton of the Patriots, Roquan Smith of the Bears. Then we have a Stars, Derrick Henry out of 99 of the Tennessee Titans right there. Following that up, we have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Then we have Felipe Franks, and that is 9 out of 25 of the Atlanta Falcons going to Nick. What a little Falcons break for Nick right there. Then we have that Stars, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have Chase Young of the Washington Football Team and Nick Chubb of the Browns. We have Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers. Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, followed up by a gold team, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks going to Sal. Then we have Matt Ryan of the Falcons and AJ Brown of the Tennessee Titans. And here we go. It's a pieces of the game, and that is going to be Devin Singletary, 107 out of 249 to wrap that up, and that's going to Ren. Alrighty. With that, it's time to run down our rookies, and there's only 2. We have Michael Strachan out of 249 of the Colts and Wap Filer out of 299 of the Vikings. Wap going to Haley, and Michael of the Colts headed to Christopher. And now our veteran hits, the mirror signatures, and then the 2 patches. We have the Deshaun Jackson of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Aaron. Dexter Manley out of 25 of the Washington Football Team headed to Sean. And Devin Singletary out of 249 headed to the Buffalo Bills headed to Ren. And now we have two rookie quarterbacks, and then possibly Felipe Franks' future target. We have the Felipe Franks and Kyle Pitts at Felipe Franks out of 25, and the Kyle Pitts with the freshman fabric mirror signatures teal going to Nick with the Falcons. And then we have this Mac Jones graffiti of the New England Patriots heading to Kevin with the Patriots. And with that, we are done with break 1529. And we will be taking a 5-minute break, and we'll be back for 1530 shortly. Oh, we are back and ready to rock and roll, and we have another keyword giveaway for all of you. Did we already randomize it or no? We may not have randomized it.
No, we did love.
Okay. Alrighty, folks. John, you let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
John's ready. I'm ready. Kidnap is the next clue. Succession is incorrect. Taken. Good guess, but incorrect. Ransom incorrect, and with that, kidnap is done. Which means we are on to the last scheduled football break of the night. This is break 1530, the 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1-box Pick Your Team. And I just wanted to welcome Matthew, Thomas, and Aaron and David to the BT community. Thanks for joining us for the first time tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break at BreakTraders. James White of the Patriots, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Jeff Okudah of the Lions. Then we have Joe Burrow of the Bengals, followed by a little Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions. Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions, rated rookie of the right there, going to Tony. And then here we go. Mr. Miller, get excited. Boom goes the dynamite. That is a green optic preview. Zachary Wilson. We had not had a green optic preview quarterback yet as of the Wednesday. And now we've had 3. 2 Wilsons in back-to-back nights. And we have the red press proof Cam Newton of the Patriots, followed up by the retro series Phillip Rivers of the Chargers, and a Dominators Justin Tucker of the Ravens. We have Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, followed up by Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers. Then we're going to have a little Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, and the rookie quarterback. This is Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, and that is going to Matthew. Followed up by a red press-proof Jeff Okudah Matata of the Detroit Lions. And then we have that Legends Series Ray Lewis, followed up by a Gridiron Kings Aaron Rodgers. Gridiron Kings Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. We have Olivier Vernon of the Browns, followed by Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Buda Baker of the Cardinals. Following that up, we have Mark Brunell of the Jags and Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, followed up by Gary Brightwell of the New York Giants heading to Cynthia. We have Christian McCaffrey, red pass proof of the Carolina Panthers, heading to Cynthia as well. Followed by a Tristan Riffs, the champ is here, of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Bryce. And an Action All-Pro, Cordell Patterson of the Chicago Bears, going to Haley. This is Trivia Night with Brett. We have Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. Then we have James Robinson of the Jags and Drew Brees of the Saints. We have an Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Aaron. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Aaron, followed by a red press proof Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, and that's going to Cynthia. Then we have that Elite Series, George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. Following that up, we have a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, right, heading to Cynthia. We have a little Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Allen Robinson of the Bears, John Bostic of the Washington Football Team, Philip Lindsay of the Texans, Shaquille Griffith of the Jags, Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, a little Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns heading to Cynthia. And then we have a little Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens going to Jesse. An inducted Alan Faneca of the Pittsburgh Steelers to Jesse as well. And then a portrait, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. And that is heading to Haley. Evan Ingram of the Giants, Tre'Davious White of the Bills, Bud Dupree of the Titans, Romeo Okwara of the Lions. Following that up, we have Deontay Johnson of the Steelers and Julio Jones of the Falcons. Then we have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to David. Followed up by Jerry Jeudy out of 100 silver press proof of the Denver Broncos to Jim. And then it's another rookie QB. This is Mr. Zach Wilson, Elite Series rookies of the New York Jets, and Mac Jones, the rookies edition of the New England Patriots. That Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Aaron, and that Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Matthew. Jordan Poyer of the Bills, Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Mark Ingram of the Texans, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Khalil Mack of the Bears, Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, Ramondre Stevenson of the New England Patriots to Matthew with that rated rook, followed up by a Joe Mixon out of 119 of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then we have a Derrick Henry highlights of the Tennessee Titans, followed by an Action All-Pros Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Randy Moss of the Vikings, Barry Sanders of the Lions, Taysom Hill of the Saints. Then we got a little Von Miller of the Broncos, followed by Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers heading to Cynthia. Then we have a little Javian Hawkins green optic preview of the Atlanta Falcons going to Jesse, followed by a red press proof Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills heading to Cynthia. And then an Elite Series, Ronald Jones II of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Bryce. And followed up by a Gridiron Kings Rookies edition, that's Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. And if you're enjoying this break, there's more certified on the site, and you can get it for 21% off using the code in the chat. And that is 21FB. Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, followed by Drew Lock of the Broncos, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams. We have a little bit of Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers and Joe Namath of the Jets. Then we have a Michael Carter rated rookie of the New York Jets going to Aaron, followed by Marshawn Lattimore with the red press proof of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia. Then we have a retro series, Terrell Davis of the Denver Broncos going to Jim, followed up by the rookies edition, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Alrighty, and we're on to the last pack in this break. Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Joe Schobert of the Jags, Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders. Then we have Ben Skronik of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia, followed up by a Chase Claypool red press proof of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Following that, we have Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia, and Allen Robinson of the Bears, and that's going to Haley. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Yeah, we've pulled some incredible Mac Jones auto. If you go look on our Instagram, John, at BreakTraders, or our Facebook page, you should be able to see them. Ben Skronik of the Rams. Followed up with that, we have the rookies, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Michael Carter of the Jets, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Eric Stokes of the Packers, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Caleb Farley of the Titans, a red press proof Odafe Owe of the Ravens, Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, the rookies, Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, Amari Rodgers of the Packers, Elijah Moore of the Jets, Gary Brightwell of the Giants, and Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions. And on to our featured cards. Alrighty. And it is rookie QB time up in here. We have two Mac Jones, and then we have a Zach Wilson and a Justin Fields. Those Mac Jones are heading to Matthew, Zach Wilson of the Jets to Aaron, and Justin Fields of the Bears to Haley. But wait, there's more. It is the Green Optic Preview, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Jets. Jets going to Aaron. And with that, we're done with break number 1530, and we will be back from the hardwood with 1531. Revolution Basketball is where we are at, and we have a two-teamer right here to auction off, and it is the Lakers and the Hawks. Bidding will begin at $10 in increments of $5. 15 from Marco. Good night, Haley. See you on Wednesday for some absolute football. And that reminds me, folks, if you're not in absolute football yet, you can get in it for 25% off the release party next Wednesday. 30 from Aaron. And we're going to start the countdown. Aaron's got it, and you can pay via the link in the chat. Alrighty. No problem, Aaron. While we wait, type kidnap in the chat. Anything's possible, Brett. Kidnap, kidnap, kidnap. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Xcal.
Xcal getting some Young Guns hockey. Carey Price, followed by Jacob Slavin. Then we have Sean Mahona, Carl Hagelin of marquee rookie Victor Stratostrom, Dante Fabo, Jonas Corpiozzo, and Nico Herscher. Xcal, if you can let us know what break you've been in tonight and what team you had, that would be very helpful. And here we go, folks. This is time for break 1531, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby one box break. And I just wanted to welcome James, Steve, and that is it. To join in the BT Community Night for the first time, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off. XKill, if you can just let us know which team in that break, that'd be helpful. I don't know. 1538, I'm not sure what break that was, though. That might have been like a random or something like that. Got it. Perfect. We have Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Tim Hardaway Jr. Astro of the Dallas Mavericks going to Gavin, and then a Josh Green, a rookie revolution of the Dallas Mavericks as well going to Gavin. Got it. Perfect. Thank you very much. Devonta Graham of the Hornets, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Devin Booker of the Suns, a Cassius Stanley RC, the Indiana Pacers Astro going to Tony, followed by an Emmanuel Quickly RC of the New York Knicks heading to Phil. Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Steph Curry of the Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies. Then we have a Kelly Oubre Jr. Astro of the Golden State Warriors going to Tyler. Following up with that, a Shockwave Revolution, Bradley Beal of the Wizards going to James. Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, Christian Wood of the Rockets, a little fractal Christian Wood of the Rockets as well going to Gavin. And then we have a Vernon Carey Jr. RC of the Charlotte Hornets heading to Richard. Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Kobe White of the Bulls, and then we're going to have an impact out of 149. That's Mr. Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Aaron, followed by Theo Maladon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that's going to Steve. Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Trae Young of the Hawks, a Groove, Daniel Otoro of the Los Angeles Clippers heading to Sean, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics right there. Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Goran Dragic of the Heat, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, a Vortex, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans, followed by Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks. Jordan Nora of the Bucks going to James. And we're on to our last pack in this one. Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, a Groove, Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns heading to James, and then a Vortex, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Kevin. Alrighty, let's run down these veteran inserts. We have the Vortex Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, the Vortex Zion of the Pelicans, a Shockwave Revolution, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, and Bradley Beal of the Wizards. Next up, we have our veteran parallels. We have the Astro Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, the Astro Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, the Fractal Christian Wood of the Rockets, the Groove Daniel Otoro of the Clippers, the Groove Devin Booker of the Suns, and the Impact Skylar Mays, 60 out of 149 rookie, and that is of the Atlanta Hawks. It was a fractal. Sorry about that. And now on to our rookies, our base rookies. We have Jordan Nora of the Bucks, Theo Maladon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Vernon Carey of the Hornets, and Emmanuel Quickly of the Knicks. Following that up, we have the Astro Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, and the Rookie Revolution Josh Green of the Mavericks. And with that, we are done with break 1531. 1531 is done. And now we have the Los Angeles Lakers to auction off for 1532. Starting the bidding for them at $10 in increments of $5. And that is going to be for this Donruss Optic Fast Break box. Oh boy. So bidding is in increments of $5. So Sean currently has it with 20. Sean has it with 20. $30 from Aaron for the Lakers. Do we have 35? $35.40 from Aaron. Do we have 45? Sean is out. We'll do the countdown. It's the final countdown, possibly. Depends on what bids are made in the next 30 seconds. Aaron's got them, and the link is in the chat, which means, you know what? I'm going to take a second here to show y'all a new upcoming basketball break that I'm kind of excited about. And that is coming out next week on 10/27. Next Wednesday with the Absolute Football. Can you all see this? Some recon basketball. Two autographs, 10 parallels, and 10 inserts in each one. 60 card packs. And we've got a bunch of breaks posted for them. Oh, crap. Well, I guess y'all are going to guess the next keyword. I just clicked over to the Slack when I still had it up. So maybe someone didn't get it. Here we go. Let's do our next keyword.
Okay.
I think it is the first time it's on its own. Yeah, we know who. So we're just going to do a randomization of murder. Just a randomization. Type it in the chat. Randomization of murder. John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Marco Yamamoto.
Marco getting the Chronicles 2019-2020 NBA Chronicles. Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans, followed by Giannis of the Bucks, Kendrick Nunn of the Heat, PJ Washington of the Hornets, here's a recon right there, and Cam Reddish of the Hawks. And Marco, if you want to let us know a break you've been in, and you're in the next one, he's the Spurs, John.
Okay.
Speaking of, let's get started. This is break 1532, the 2020-21 Panini Donruss Optic Fast Break, one box, pick your team. And I just wanted to welcome James, Eric, Jack, and Christopher to BreakTraders for the first time. Y'all can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Dante DiVincenzo of the Bucks, Cody Zeller of the Hornets, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks, right there, silver. Followed up by Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz, rated rookie, going to Eric. Here we go, disco. Let's hope. We have Giannis of the Bucks, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a silver Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, and then a Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings, going to Eric. Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, Trae Young of the Hawks, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, a silver Joe Ingles of the Utah Jazz, followed by Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings, and that is heading to Eric. Buddy Hield of the Kings, DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a silver Al Horford of the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed by Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets, going to Thomas. It'll be all new ones from a fresh one on next week, ordered today. Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Alex Caruso of the Lakers, Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, a silver Paul Millsap of the Nuggets, followed by Zeke Naji, a rated rookie of the Denver Nuggets as well, and that's going to Brett Diddley. Brett. Montrezl Harrell of the Lakers, Lou Williams of the Clippers, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, a silver Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, and Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, heading to Eric. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, a disco lights out Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, going to Wingachen, followed up by a Killian Hayes rated rookie, and that is going of the Detroit Pistons, going to Marco. Laurie Markkanen of the Bulls, Spencer Dinwiddie of the Nets, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, and that's going to Marco. Followed up by a Elijah Hughes rated rookie of the Utah Jazz, going to Eric. Josh Richardson of the Mavs, Keldon Johnson of the Spurs, Elfrid Payton of the Knicks. We have a silver DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, followed up by Kristaps Porzingis of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to Phil. Devonta Graham of the Hornets, Victor Oladipo of the Rockets, Jared Allen of the Clippers, and an All-Stars, Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks. And that is heading to Alex with that disco. And then we have a Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors right there, going to Tyler. Spurs of Lonnie Walker, Kevin Porter Jr. of the Rockets. Then we have a silver Dame of the Portland Trailblazers, followed by James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors. James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Tyler. And then here we go, folks. It is going to be a Mo Bamba of the Orlando Magic with the fast break signatures going to Jacob. Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans, Ricky Rubio of the Timberwolves, a silver, Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets, and then we have Grant Riller, rated rookie of the Charlotte Hornets, headed to Eric. Chris Middleton of the Bucks, LeBron James of the Lakers, Seth Curry of the 76ers, a silver J.J. Redick of the Pelicans, and then Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knickerbockers. Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Goran Dragic of the Heat, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a silver Julius Randle, followed by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies. Yeah, granted, with the supply chain issues that we've already seen and that we're going to continue to see, who knows when that'll come out. I mean, look at how much stuff just has gotten pushed back and pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. I mean, National Treasures that finally came out last week was supposed to come out in September. Like, it's like every week, everything that I'm expecting to buy and have come out brand new, like that we have a certain number coming to us, gets just pushed. Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, Markelle Fultz of the Magic. We have got that right off. Mike Conley of the Jazz, followed by a silver Marvin Bagley III. Then we have a little Jalen Smith rated rookie, followed by of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia, and then CJ Elleby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Christopher. Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, Landry Shamet of the Nets. We have Brandon Clark, silver of the Memphis Grizzlies, following up with Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat, going to Steve. I read like the most fascinating Twitter thread about the ports today. Like truly one of the most interesting things I've ever read on Twitter. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Tim Hardaway of the Mavs, PJ Tucker of the Rockets, a silver Aaron Gordon of the Magic. And then we have Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. And we're on to our last pack in this one. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, followed up by Mikal Bridges of the Suns, Shai Gilgeous of the Thunder, a silver Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors going to Eric. And then we have Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Marco. Alrighty. Let's run these rookies down. Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies, Precious Achiuwa of the Heat, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Jalen Smith of the Suns, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks, Grant Riller of the Hornets, James Weissman of the Warriors, Nico Mannion of the Warriors, Letsky Pukusevsky of the Thunder, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Killian Hayes of the Pistons, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Zeke Naji of the Nuggets, Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Rockets, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, Robert Woodard of the Kings, and Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz. And here we go. It is our hit is Mo Bamba of the Orlando Magic. And that is heading to Jacob. And with that, we are done with break 1532. We'll be right back from BT Park. We are back and ready with the last break of the night. This is break 1498, the 2021 Donruss Optic Baseball Hobby 1-Box 3-Team Random. And we will see how many times we're going to randomize the members in this chat. Or in this, for this break. And that's going to be 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty, and we are ready to rock and roll. Rock and roll. I knew I wanted to bet on the Suns tonight too. That's disappointing. We have a Sherton Apostle rated rookie of the Texas Rangers, followed by a silver Christian Yelich. Then we have that red, white, and blue out of 199, Kyle Lewis of Seattle. And then an unleashed Bryce Harper. Unleashed Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies. We have Jonathan India of the Cincinnati Reds going to Steven, followed up by a Diamond Kings, Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals. And then we're going to get that pink, and it's going to be out of 249. The pink velocity, Jose Abreu of the White Sox, followed by a rated prospect, Ronnie Murcio of the New York Mets, going to Cynthia. Anthony Rendon of the Los Angeles Angels, followed up by the Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, T-. And then we have that blue cracked, and that's going to be out of 99, the blue velocity, Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, and a lights out Mariano Rivera of the New York Yankees. I can tell you that I'd love to see Anthony Davis and Dwight Howard fight. That's two grown-ass men right there. We have the Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, followed up by an Ian Anderson auto. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Dave. Followed up by a black Yermain Mercedes, and that is going to be out of 149. And that is heading of the White Sox, heading to Lucas. And then we have a mythical Barry of the Cincinnati Reds. Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by a silver Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins right there. Then we have a red Aaron Nola, and that is going to be out of 60 of the Philadelphia Phillies, heading to Phil. Following that up, we have the rookies, Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, going to David. An Evan White rated rookie of the Seattle Mariners, going to David, followed by a lights out Pedro Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, going to David as well. And then we have an orange out of 125 Trevor Rogers rated rookie, and that is of the Miami Marlins, going to Lucas, followed by an unleashed Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, heading to Jordan. Noah Syndergaard of the New York Mets, a Carlos Correa Diamond Kings of the Houston Astros. Following that up with another light Carolina blue Trey Turner out of 50 of the Washington Nationals. Then we have a mythical Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals, going to Steven. Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins, rated rookie, to Lucas, followed by a silver Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians, rated a rook, going to Phil. And then we have that pink velocity Yardier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to be out of 249, followed up with a T- Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees. We have Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins. And then we're going to have a Ryan Mountcastle out of 50 auto of the Baltimore Orioles. And that is heading to Cynthia. Nice auto right there. And then we have the blue out of 99, Trevor Rogers rated rookie of the Miami Marlins, followed up by a Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles, rated prospect, to Cynthia as well. Freddie Freeman of the Braves, a rated prospect silver Yoelqui Cespedes of the Chicago Cubs. And then we have a black Freddie Freeman out of 149 right there. And that is of the Atlanta Braves, followed up by a Nate Pearson, the rookies edition of the Toronto Blue Jays. And that is heading to Kevin. Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, Edward Olivares rated a rookie of the Kansas City Royals, going to Cynthia, followed up by a orange Bobby Dalbec out of 125 rated rookie of the Red Sox, to David. And then we have a Zach Veen rated prospect of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to be heading to David. About 8 packs left, I believe, 8 or 9. Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, a mythical Mookie Betts of the Dodgers. Following that up we have a Debbie Garcia of the New York Yankees, and that's going to be a black out of 149. Black stars out of 149, and then a Freddie Freeman T- of the Atlanta Braves. We have a Diamond Kings, Pete Alonso of the New York Mets right there. Followed up by a Chris Paddock of the San Diego Padres. Chris Paddock of the Padres. Then we're going to have a red, white, and blue Yordan Alvarez. Red, white, and blue Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. Following that up with a mythical Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants. Going to Dustin. Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs, a silver George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays to Kevin, followed up by a pink Velocity Dean Kremer of the Baltimore Orioles going to Cynthia, and then a lights out Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers to wrap that pack up. We have 2, 4, 6 left. Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, a William Contreras rated a rookie of the Atlanta Braves to Dave, followed up by a Clayton Kershaw, and that is going to be out of 76 right there. The Spirit of 76, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers. Following this one up, this is Nolan Jones of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is a rated prospect right there, heading to Phil. Yordan Alvarez of the Astros, Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers, followed by a red, white, and blue Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, rated rookie going to Cynthia, followed up by a mythical Alex Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers. We have a Tucker Davidson rated rookie of the Atlanta Braves going to David, followed by a silver Trent Grisham of the San Diego Padres. Then we have a pink Velocity out of 249 Dylan Carlson rated rookie of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed up by a lights out Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox right there, heading to Lucas. 3 packs left. Kwang Hyun Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals, a Kohai Arihara rated a rookie of the Texas Rangers going to Steven, followed up by a blue Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, and then we have a Riley Green rated prospect of the Detroit Tigers going to David. Aaron Judge Diamond Kings of the Yankees, followed by a Jose Abreu T- of the Chicago White Sox. Then we're going to have an orange out of 125, and that's going to be Mr. Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed up by a Joey Gallo T- of the Texas Rangers. And here we go. Shane Bieber of Cleveland, a Tristan McKenzie rated a rookie of the Cleveland Guardians going to Phil, followed up by a black Brady Singer of Kansas City, and that's out of 25, and then a mythical Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. Alrighty, let's run this down. Let's run these rookies down. We have the Brady Singer of the Royals out of 25, Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, Kohai Arihara of the Rangers, the pink Velocity Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, Tucker Davidson of the Braves, the red, white, and blue Daniel Lynch, William Contreras of the Braves, the pink Velocity Dean Kremer of Baltimore, the black stars Debbie Garcia of the Yankees, the orange Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Edward Olivares of Kansas City, the rookies Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Trevor Rogers with that blue Velocity of the Miami Marlins, followed up by Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Trevor Rogers Orange of the Marlins, Evan White of the Mariners, Casey Mize of the Rockies, a Black Stars, Jermaine Mercedes of the White Sox, Joe Adele of the Angels, Jonathan India of Cincinnati, and Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers. And now on to our rated prospects. We have Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers, Nolan Jones of the Cleveland Guardians, Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies, a silver Yoeliki Cespedes of the Chicago White Sox, Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles, and Ronnie Marcio of the New York Mets. Yes, you'll have to either scroll way back in this live stream, or you will have to wait till we post the individual videos in a few hours. And we have two autos. We have the Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves headed to David Vigo, and the Ryan Mountcastle out of 50 of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is going to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1498. We will be right back. Alrighty, folks. With that, we are done with this Friday edition of Break Traders, which means you know what time it is. It's getting hot in here. It's time for the Sizzle Report, and we are starting with some baseball. And oh my, do we have some. We have the 2 out of 15 freshman firework fabric, Michael Conforto of the Mets. And then we have 2 huge hits. The Jason Dominguez out of 8 and the Cody Bellinger. Kaboom goes the dynamite. And you know, after baseball, you do have to travel on to our next sport, and that is going to be the hardwood. And I know it's always sad to leave BT Park, but sometimes you gotta do it. And on the hardwood, we found a good amount of hits for sure. First, we have the 2 LaMelo Ball base rookies that came from the Donruss Optic Fast Break. And then we have the blue and the pink right there. The pink Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons and the Tyrese Halliburton blue of the Sacramento Kings. And those were our hardwood hits in this part of the Sizzle Report. And now it is time to hit the football field. First, out of certified football, we had the rookie roll call, Najee Harris, 5 out of 50. Then from there, we moved into some Donruss football, Hobby Hybrid H2. And oh my, Lanta, was it a green optic preview week for us. 2 Zach Wilsons, and then a Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. After that, we moved right along to some Chronicles draft picks, and we hit that 6 out of 10 Zachary Wilson. And then we hit a 11 out of 15 Trey Lance out of 2021 Leaf Metal Football. But our biggest hits came from National Treasures Football. And we're going to have to actually do one on my phone because I already sent it to their rightful owner. But here we go, folks. We have the Sammy Ellinger 5 out of 10 rookie patch auto. And in that same break, we pulled the Trevor Lawrence 3 out of 5 rookie patch auto with the number 2 right there. And that was a beaut right there. And that is the wrap up of the Saute Sizzle Report. I want to thank Dan and John for always being here and helping out. I want to thank JoJo for stepping in tonight so Dan could have some much needed vacation. It was wonderful to see her. But most of all, thank you to all of you. I can't wait to see you Wednesday for the release of 2021 Absolute Football and 2021 Recon Basketball. Should be a great long night. I'll make sure to go to bed early on Tuesday. Have a great weekend and happy breaking.